Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra the Orcish Fiddler here. It is Tuesday once again, and my Nintendo 64 controller isn't in yet, so no Ocarina of Time quite yet. Next week, though. For this week, we're going to do a little bit of Final Fantasy Randomizer. Kepasagi, welcome in. Iron, welcome in as well. And Val, good to see ya. How you doing tonight? I hope that you are doing well. So yeah, I was trying to think of, well, last week I was kind of playing around with the Final Fantasy Randomizer website flags. I was going to do Utter Chaos, which was basically every flag that could be randomized to be on or off would be flagged to be either on or off. I couldn't get it to actually compile a seed. I kept getting errors. So I tried to tweak it a little bit here, a little bit there. It didn't like it. It didn't like me doing that. I don't think the randomizer can handle that much randomness. So utter complete chaos will have to wait until I can figure out a flag set. Or at least a question mark flag set that will actually do enough chaos. So what we're doing this week is Lich's Revenge. And as we can see here, the introduction is very different. I was flipping through the Book of Death when I thought how marvelous it would be to be a necromancer. How fantastic to go beyond human, a living corpse, an undead. I am damned, I am evil, I maim and kill, I'm a beast of brutal will, I am death, I am Lich. I mean, I think he's taking it a little bit too far, but you know what? Everybody needs a hobby. So let's see. Oh, and I did change the character sprites. We're using Final Fantasy III sprites. When they grow up, they will have different Final Fantasy III sprites. So I believe I have Fighter set to use... Lich was a theater kid, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he has those, like, his sprite has, like, those flames and or whatever it is that's, like, kind of spinning around him. He's definitely in it for the effects. I'd say he's got a little bit of flair. Yeah. Fighter turns into Knight, and I believe Knight/Paladin is what they called it in Final Fantasy III. I don't remember for sure. Ninja was pretty easy to do. Black Belt has the it's Monk and Master Monk graphics. Red Mage was a little bit harder to figure out where I wanted to go. Ultimately, I went Scholar to Red Mage, oddly enough. Because there is no Red Wizard in Final Fantasy III, which I will admit is a huge disappointment, because Red Mage is my favorite class. So Red Mage has to earn his hat. It works out. White Mage actually turns into Sage, because I thought that was a little bit fancier in terms of graphics. And Black Mage had Black Wizard. I didn't change that. But yeah, we have access to all 6 classes to start with, and I am not in the Lich's Revenge mode. I cannot do the Find Your Friends Along the Way mode. The randomizer doesn't accept that as an option. So we will be starting with a full team for once. However, we are blurst. We get 2 bonuses and 2 malices, and these are also randomized. So our fighter starts with 20 strength, which is great. And he has resistance to fire and ice, which is pretty decent. However, he loses 10 vitality, so he won't gain quite as much HP as he levels up. And he has 30 less HP to start, which, that's a little tricky. We can grow out of it, but that's going to make for a rough start. Thief gains 40 HP to start, which is excellent, and 20 vitality, so Thief is gonna be a lot better in terms of hit points. However, he cannot use the bracelets, which is a big problem, until he becomes Ninja. Once he becomes Ninja, he'll gain more access to armor. But, yeah, this is, it's gonna be very difficult until we get class change. And -1 hit to level. He has, I believe, 3 hits per level to start. I'm hearing my plosives and I don't like it. Hang on. I'm probably still going to end up hearing them, but it's a little bit less. I don't know. Let me know if it bothers you, and I'll try to adjust where the mic is. I have it pretty close to my mouth. -1 hit per level, so he only gets 2 per level instead of 3. That is a kind of a bad problem, considering he is a physical fighter. It's not the end of the world, but it's not great. Black Belt is resistant to ice, poison, and time, and he can equip shields. So, neat armor. As a downside, and this is a big downside, he has promo unarmed, which means he is noodle-armed until he gets his class change. All the benefits that he would get, like getting an attack based on his level, not there. All gone until he becomes an actual Master Monk. -10 magic defense. Not the end of the world. Not great. Not the end of the world. It's the promo arm that really hurts. Red Mage gets the Hurt Dragon feature. So, if you're familiar with the game, you can get weapons that will do extra damage to specific enemy types. So, anything that is considered a dragon, he'll do extra damage to. And I have this set to +40. So, any dragons that we run into, his physical attacks will do significantly greater harm. He loses... Oh, he also gains +1 MP, so +1 maximum MP to all levels. So he basically... He can learn a spell from at any level, and he'll be able to gain 1 charge of it. He loses 10 agility, which is going to make it harder for him to dodge. And he cannot learn Ice 3, which is not the end of the world. I can live with that. If we can learn Nuke. No Nuke is... again, it's not the end of the world. It depends on where these spells land, because the spells are also randomized. So Red Mage is pretty good. White Mage gains an extra 2 magic defense per level, which is pretty good. And Clean Magic. I don't remember if life is actually in the Clean Magic list. Which is funny, because one of the malices is no life magic. I don't know if that extends to life too. I forget. And kind of a big one. If they are equipped with the ribbon, they will start the battle stunned. White Mage casts Mop. I mean, would the enemies appreciate that? If we cast Mop? We've got Mop, we've got Polish. White Mage will do your dishes for you. And then we've got the Black Mage. Improved Cat Claw means that first, anybody with that can equip the Cat Claw even if they normally can't. And they gain extra critical percent while equipped with the Cat Claw, if I'm remembering correctly. This would be great, except for 2 problems. One, it's still going to be a very expensive item to purchase, if we can even find it early enough. You can actually find this in Corneria, the very first town, depending on how things roll. How do you get yourself a White Mage asking for your lazy ass? I totally understand. I could use a White Mage to cast Clean on everything in this household as well. But yeah, it's like you have to first find it early enough for it to be useful. You have to be able to afford it, and at the end, it's still a black mage that's attacking with his noodle arms. So, not a great bonus. Same thing for thief weapons. It's great that he's got a greater variety of weapons to pick from, but it's still not going to be the primary mode of attack. Now, if we were doing a solo run or like find your friends along the way and we were forced to be a black mage, this would work if we had a very poor spell selection to start with. At least it would give us something to attack with, maybe. Again, it's going to depend on if thief weapons are available at the start. But then we look at the malices. Equipped with the Masamune, he is cursed with poison. Now, we don't expect a black mage to equip the Masamune, so that really doesn't matter. No warp spell, which is not great, which means we would be relying on exit from a white mage or warp or exit from a red mage, depending on where they land. Since we are picking our people instead of going with randomized find them along the way kind of thing, now that we know what we're dealing with, what party do we want to have? I think we're definitely going to want at least a red mage. Who wants to be the red mage? I do? Okay. If you're assigning me red mage, I will be red mage. My name doesn't really fit, so I'm gonna truncate it to the same way Jay Johnson does, and put EGRA. So I'll be red mage. Next, we definitely are gonna want a fighter type. The question is, do we want a fighter who really has to struggle to get his hit points back? A thief who is really not going to get that much... Jay Johnson! Speak of the devil. Welcome in and thank you so much for the sub. It is very much appreciated. How you doing tonight? What is this game? This is called Final Fantasy, but... it is completely randomized. Our characters have special blessings, and curses. And we're doing Lich's Revenge. So you're going to see just how crazy that'll get in a little bit. Especially once we get to Melmond and we talk to Dr. Une. And he teaches us how to speak Leifinish. Luparg! Jay Johnson also streams Final Fantasy Randomizer fairly frequently, and he does a lot more. He does a lot more chaotic things than I used to do. But I figured I want to do something a little bit different too, because Jay Johnson can't have all the chaotic fun. So we're doing Lich's Revenge. So. Black Belt has promo unarmed, which means he's going to be kind of useless for quite a long time. But once we find the tail and we get him to master, he's going to be really good. But Fighter has a lot going for him as well. And I think ultimately we're gonna go with, I think we're gonna go with Fighter. As much as I really like Black Belt, we're gonna go with that. So who wants to be our fighter? You put your name in the ring for anybody? Okay, Kepasagi. I'm trying to remember when we were doing Final Fantasy Tactics, if you were more caster type, or if you were more fighter type. You know, since you volunteered, we're gonna make you the fighter. All right. Let's see. Actually, you know what? Since JJ's in, I'm gonna do this a little bit different. Because we do need another fighter type. I'm gonna join as a black belt. I'm gonna start as a noodle. I know JJ loves his red mage. So now we need another mage. And our two options are a little rough. So, white mage, that ribbon curse is a little painful. Not the end of the world, though. Stun you can recover from. Black mage doesn't really get any benefits, but doesn't really get any major curses either. Like, we're not going to equip a black mage with a Masamune, and we've got a red mage, so we can probably learn warp on them. Let's go black mage. Who would like to be our black mage? Val, would you like to wield the arts of destruction? You'd be a mage? Good. Because I was going to volunteer you. Alright. Let's see how we do. We don't want to talk to anybody quite yet. Large knife, falchion, a wooden stick, saber. Ooh, pricey though. Let's see, 835, 13.7. Why is this 99? Okay. All three of them can use a falchion, but I think we're going to give this... Oh my god, we only start with 198 gold. Oh no. Okay, we need to look at spells. Hold, rub, lock, 2, and dark. Black magic isn't too great. Cure... Well... JJ, I think we're gonna give you... Oh no, you can't learn Harm for it, no! With all the zombies, that would have been great. We have to wait until class change to learn that. We'll go ahead and give you Cure 2. Val... Rub is single target, isn't it? Yeah. See, that is single. All enemies. I don't know why I exited. Let us do... We'll do some destruction for now. Uh-oh. Zombie, get out of the way. Alright, what do we got for armor? Hey, copper bracelet +7. That is very nice. Chainmail +1. Let's give that to Kapasagi and give that to JJ. Can we stay at the inn? We cannot. Okay, well, this could be a little scary. We're gonna go outside to look for battle, because I don't know how bad the zombies are. These guys are not gonna be able to do much quite yet. Yeah, we're kind of reliant on Val for a little bit here. And Kepisagi, because Kepisagi can punch the hell out of shit. Oh no, it missed! Well, time to slap everybody. JJ can slap for 6. Keppa can slap for 17. I can slap for barely anything. Yeah, I'm gonna be really useful. Y'all are carrying me. Alright, now we got some money. Oh! Look at Keppa's. He had 1 HP left. I should have put JJ in the lead. Oh, that was nearly a disaster. I was not paying attention. Alright. These are made out of tin, but we will buy them anyway. I need something, and I should have actually equipped that. That way I would have been doing a little bit more than what I was. Do we have tents? Yes. Alright. Armor. We can get a copper bracelet. Wait, who all can use it? Okay, everybody. Good. Yeah, it was, who was it with the no bracelet? Thief was. Okay. Let us... Yeah, we want to give this... I'll go ahead and equip that. Corgi, welcome in! How you doing tonight? It's good to see you. Wet woe? I'm guessing that was supposed to be an emoji. Alright. Whoop. Blurg, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Did you come down with something? Like these people? Grrr. Taxes came down on you. I thought you said Texas for a moment there, which I was definitely going to empathize. I still need to do my taxes. Okay, we should be able to get another bracelet. This way, Val is not so vulnerable. And let's go ahead and get a falchion for... What? Oh, shoot. Well. Barf. A little bit of fighting in town, never hurt. Let's go ahead and give Val a falchion so that they can also do a little bit of damage. Alright, let's reassess. Let's see, cure, harm. I really don't want to take up the slot uselessly here. Hold up block 2. Okay, we're gonna hold off on the rest for now. Let's see. 22, let's see, 99, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I cannot math. Excuse me, sir. May I have some money just so I can go sleep at the inn? There we go. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. I guess we saved Val's spell slot. Hello? So what? RNG table? Oh. Yeah, I would say that in terms of outfitting, we're in good shape. Better swords would be nice. But JJ and I can both attest, we've had rougher starts. The imps are not casting nuke. There's that. Alright, let's see what is in the Chest of Destiny after we take care of these enemies. Oh, which ones are you? You're the ghouls. Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, cool. We didn't get paralyzed, so... Oh, okay, well, that's fine. I think Val is doing... Oh, no! Well, zombies have stone touch. Poor JJ. We don't have soft. Well. Zap Gauntlet. Okay. So that... I don't know if that is the Thor Gauntlet or something else. Either way... let's see. Who can equip this? Knight Ninja Red Wizard. Okay, that sounds like the Thor. What is the defense on it? Actually, don't know. Doesn't matter. We're gonna give this to Val so that Val has something more to do. And can save their spell slots. Oh look, a loose ship. And a loose canal? What? Are there gonna be a lot of loose items because of the zombie thing? What the hell? That princess is crazy. She tried to bite me. That's it. Screw that. I'm going home. Oh, okay. Bye, Garland. Hi, princess. So you are the... rain. The black orb glitters ominously, but nothing happens. Okay. So we gotta get back to town. Oh god, I just realized if zombies have stone touch, is it all zombies? Because everybody's zombies. Ooh, this could be a problem. Oops, all zombies, yeah. Now, one of the things that I did is I have enhanced clinics. They're free, which I wish I could turn off, but they also cure poison and other status ailments. So we can actually get JJ restored here for free. Oh god, softs are so expensive. That'll do. Alright. What is going on? My guard tried to kill me! Ugh. This is a deep wound. I don't feel so well. Uh-oh. Okay. Are they different colored zombies? I think that impacts whether or not they actually have the same scripts. So we might be okay. We don't have to worry about Stone Touch for these guys. Wait a minute. Let me see something here. Arrgh. I was wondering if, like, there's unique dialogues for different people. Let me talk to the queen. I want to see if the queen has anything new to say. Excuse me. Pardon me. Nope. Okay. Well, that's fine. Why are they targeting Val? RNG, why? Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, I do have a free bridge. They want your cool stick. Well, your cool stick is a sword. Okay. Uh-oh, creeps have trance. Oh no. Oh, this is a problem. Kapasaki seems to be immune. One of his immunities must be preventing that from taking effect. Ooh. Ooh, they do damage. They hurt. Well, game over. Okay. Creeps suck. Nap time. Very much nap time. That's the nature of the game, though. I would rather see these trigger early, because that'll remove it from the pool for later. Val is just exiling everything to the 4th dimension. There, that way we don't have to worry about the bridge cutscene anymore. I'm a little afraid, but let's find out. Okay. No scripts yet. Alright, we survived. A house? A heal? Adamant, great! We need to go to the dwarf cave anyway. Fuck. Everyone else can rot in hell for all I care. I'm perfectly safe here. And it doesn't look like she's a zombie, so... yeah. Okay. I don't trust the RNG table not to throw ogres and creeps at me. Okay. Let's see. And really quick, so I didn't look that closely. So this is 18, that is 17. You know what? Everybody gets copper bracelets. Actually, hold on. +8. Kind of expensive. We, don't quite have enough. Okay. Now we can go to Dwarf Cave. I do have a shortcut to Dwarf Cave. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well. Kapasagi, we're counting on you. Run. No, you can't run. Please run. Oh no. We are probably gonna get thundered. And there it goes. Oh. Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Okay, you know what? Let's take the boat. The monsters of the sea can't possibly be any worse than that, right? Yeah. That wasn't so bad. Yeah, the monsters of the sea are definitely not as bad as the ogres and the creeps. Found a cabin. 7 gold. Well, what are you waiting for? Do it. Do it! You were too slow, light warriors. You have forsaken me. Join my damned soul in the afterworld. Receive the cube. Oh, a ghost. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. So ghosts are normally encountered in the Sea Shrine, and they are very, very physically strong. So, good luck us. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Can we... Nope. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, we might be in trouble here. Just to be on the safe side here. Oh, thank goodness. You did it, Val. What do we get from him? Does anybody remember? Oh, the cube. Oof. That was a little scary. Can we take on one creep? It didn't do a skill. Okay, there we go. Much better. I'm trying to remember if I turned on Shuffled Astos or not. I don't know if Shuffled Astos is compatible with Lich's Revenge. Well, let's go check out Provoca. Let's see what sort of chaos has unraveled down there. Or over there. Okay, so hags don't seem to be too bad. Oh, okay. Yay, fish enemies. I hope this doesn't turn out to be a monstrous disaster. Oh good, we're not gonna find out. Let's get away from these tiles. Safety save. No clinic. Life. Oh, what am I doing? JJ can learn life, so we're definitely going to grab that. We will consider harm too, but let's take a look at let's take a look at these fish. Oh, they got poison touch. Oh boy. I think I only grabbed a few pure potions. I'm gonna have to grab some more. And poison does a little bit more damage in battle. It does 12.5% of your maximum hit points or current hit points. I forget which one I set. But, oh, we got enough pure for now. We're fine. Ooh, fast. And fire 3. Nice. Alright, so JJ, learn fast. Val will learn fast. JJ will learn fire 3. Val will learn fire 3. Actually, Val, what else do we got? Slow. You know what? Just to be on the safe side, just in case we run into an enemy with fast. Let's see. No, I want that there. Do we have any weapons upgrades? Well, there's a better stick for me. So we got 835, 28, 21, 23. Yes, that's going to be significantly better. This is 1377. $19, $16, $16. 28, 21, 23. Honestly, we're gonna give this stick to Kepasagi as well. And then I think we're gonna go small knife for JJ. And Val. You're listening? You like the big heavy metal shaft? You're handling that shaft quite well, I would say. Hello, Argok. I almost sold the wrong thing. How you doing, Nargok? It's good to see you. Yeah, we're handling big powerful shafts. You're doing fabulous. Excellent. You can trust me with your stick. Good. Let's see how we wield them. 59, not bad. Oh, right, I forgot about poison touch. Oh, and poison skills. Great. These are very poisonous fish. Do not eat. Wow, that was... Oh, their resistance to fire. That's why. Jeez, everybody's poisoned almost. Jeez, what a town to have no clinic in. Or item shop. Alright, now to shop for armor. What do we got? Silver bracelet plus 4. That is 23. That is 18. So this is definitely an upgrade, but it's very expensive. This is 30. Alright, let's go ahead and outfit Kepisagi in armor. And since I can equip a shield, thanks to my bonus, we'll go ahead and give me that too. You trust Kepisagi with your stick? Why not? He seems to be handling it well. We do have enough money for one. Go ahead and give that to JJ. It's not going to give us a lot of money for anything else. So we will do a quick save, and then we will go take care of pirates. Arr! The Light Warriors have been cursed too! Get 'em, boys! No, we've been blursed. No, it's fine. When I just realized I have, like, rainbowy stuff around me. Because that was when I was experimenting with various effects in OBS. I was trying to figure out stuff for SG, Satiated Gria, to use on stream. Okay then, guess I'll go to the... Okay then, guess I'll go to the pub, have a nice cold pint, and wait for all this to blow over. And he gave me a house. I thought he was actually going to be a pirate because of his skin color, but I guess I shouldn't judge based on that. Okay, let's go to Elfland. Uh-oh, they have sleep touch. Okay, they are not as useless as I thought they would be. Yeah, fire 3. Yay for fire 3. It's no lightning 3 against them, but it'll do. Actually, let's save your spell slots just in case. Pokemon Crystal Multi-World went well. Excellent! And that was Archipelago, right? +1? No. And here we are with the cat claw. So this is another reason why that bonus is not necessarily great. It's -1. Its attack is not really superb compared to some of the other things that Val can equip because of the thief weapon thing. And then silver. Silver is tin, so yeah. All these kind of suck. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I want to de-rust on Ocarina of Time so that I can do that game as randomized in Archipelago. Ooh, they have pro rings. Ooh. That's going to be very nice when we can finally afford it. Let's see, this is +4, +4, -2. So yeah, we might as well. We're going to get everybody caps. It's a cheap bonus. Excuse me. Definitely want more pures. And it would not hurt to get another soft, just to pick it up along the way. Fog, Pure, Mute, Invisible 2. I didn't check level 3 spells. I gotta do that. Well, there's Lightning 3. And Lightning 2 and Lightning. All in the same level. So it's like, do you want Lightning? Do you want Lightning? Or do you want Lightning? Also Zap, which is not technically Lightning, but it still fits. So this is the Zappy shop. It's Zappy. See, Temper is on an ally. Stop, Slow, and Quake. Temper is a maybe. Ooh, Fade. Oh, shoot, it's in the second slot. He's never going to be able to learn that. Heal 3, though. That is excellent. Alright, we'll grab Heal 3. And we'll grab Temper on both Val and JJ. Is Stop? Stop is all time, or all enemies. Oh, we can't afford it anyway. Never mind. Can we afford to stay at the inn? Yes, barely. Okay. Excuse me, pardon me. For 5 years, the prince has slept, only under Estos' spell. Only Herb can wake him. So we still need to grab that. What do we have? Oh, right. Adamant stays in our inventory because, zombie. Oh, good. Just ogres. I'm okay with that. Okay, I'm actually doing damage. Hang on. Had to change how I was sitting. Alright, level 10. Run. 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 No! No! No, no, no! Oh, oh please run. Please run. Thank goodness. Okay, well. Just in case. We do not have canoe, do we? I don't believe we do. Well, time to delve in a swamp cave. At least the bats aren't zombies. Never mind. Hey, teamwork. Good job, team. They have the initiative. We should be able to just clobber them. Yeah, they're not too hard. Oh look, a loose rod. I know just where to stick it. Eyes. Well, first we have to plumb the depths of the earth. Oh no. The earth cave. Yeah, there's a hole that we need to explore. Then we can use the rod. We have to go very deep, though. Oh, no! I have concerns. Now, it's not likely they have thunder. But, what do we got? Is that the only script you got? Oh, shoot, I could've had JJ cast fire. You know what, it's fine. I don't think they have anything else in their script. If they do, they're not using it. And, I just went out of the cave. What is it with the initiative? Actually, I want to go after you. Let's see if that can take out the scum. Okay, good. Okay, time for downstairs. You know what? I don't need to fight these. At least they don't have a touch effect, because they do get a lot of hits. They don't do a lot of damage. But because they get so many hits, that's a lot of chances for them to... Ooh, ice -2, though. Eh. 28, 21... 25, yeah, I don't think I want to worry about that right now. Map. Because my brain... Okay, down and then over. Yay, experience. There's a soft potion. Ooh. Ow. Great! We've got the slab. Wait a minute. How are we supposed... We didn't get the canal, did we? No, we did get the canal. I think we got it from... Wait, did we? You know, I don't remember. You know what? We can deal with this. We've got fire. Oh no, the controller triggered too quickly. Oh, whoop. There it is. Oh, we didn't have to buy an iron shield. I don't believe they have physical resistance. No. Oh, we're in this part of the RNG table. Great. So when I talk about that, basically there's a table of entries that determine when you get into a fight. And that table is randomized. So I can kind of tell, you may notice there be long gaps where I don't get into encounters, and then like this, where there's like 3 encounters one after the other. You'll notice that there's that pattern. Like if you just keep walking, eventually you'll have the same pattern of encounters. So that's kind of the table that you run into. You know what? Let's go ahead and just... Actually, I don't want you to cast that. Well... Yeah, you can just fight. We'll just do this. Because you never know if something's going to happen and we might need JJ to cast life. Actually, come to think of it, now that I've got defensive armaments, or defensive equipment, let me see. Absorb is 27, Absorb is 30. You know what? Let's do this. Oh good, chance to strike first. Let's go get away from the gargoyles. I can take care of you. One second here. Okay. No, god damn it. So there's, I don't know if it's a bug, but it's just like, if you hit up A to go to item on the last character, actually it may not even be the last character, but yeah, it takes the input too quickly. And yes, there's quite a bit of boning going on here, Argok. And we're gaining experience for it. And money. Adventuring is the oldest profession. Wait, what? An unusual evening with orcs. It's true. Alright, we made it out alive. Gnolls are great bone pickers. I am certain that is the case. Scavengers. Oh, we're gonna run from this. It is the joke. I mean, that's one way to interpret it. Still need the crown, okay. I don't know, like, if the Lich's Revenge changes some of the things. Hang on a second. Can I go north far enough to see... Nope. I do not know if we have canal. I'll have to go by ship and find out. We have to have canal, because we don't have canoe. So the only place I can go... Actually, no. Let's do that. The only place we can really go is... out. So we have to be able to... we have to be able to get out of here. We should be able to go to Scorch! Okay, that's not a big deal. Wait, do 3 of us have fire resistance? Or were those just low rolls? Hey, we leveled up. Fire resistance. Resists ice, poison, and time. No resistances. Okay, they were just low rolls. Okay, good. We do have canal. Ooh, money. Burn it with fire. Oh, can't learn exit yet. Can you learn that on class change? I don't have that memorized. Let's see. You cannot shoot. We will not gain access to exit. That is very unfortunate. Oh look, Ice 3. It's a very expensive Ice 3. Let's see. You can learn Fire 2, which is not great. And then you'll gain Sleep on class change, but that is also not great. So we've got... Actually, no, he does gain access to all those on class change. He'll gain Fog 2 on class change, Invis. Really rather have Invis 2. Really like to have Exit. Okay, well... we should give him something at level 5. Sure, why not? A rapier +3, longsword +6. Not bad. 32, 28, 28. That is a straight upgrade. Oops. Eh. No bonus to that. Gold +2, though. What was silver, though? $23, 28. 28. So it is an upgrade, it's just very expensive. We'll come back for it. Now for JJ's favorite one. Now, listen to me. A basic word from Le Finish is Lou. Sorry. Lou. Oh, it has lightning. Oh no. There. Now we know Le Finish. We can do Earth Cave. We can complete Earth Cave. We cannot get to Sarda. We can get to Crescent Lake, though. I think we're gonna do Crescent Lake real quick. Excuse me, just to get the, What did they have? Sleep Touch, didn't they? I don't want to deal with this. I want to see if there's any upgrades, and I want to see if there are... I don't think we'll be able to use much in terms of spells. Let me think. Crescent Lake... Black Mage can learn everything he needs there. Red Mage can learn nothing until class change. So we can check spells for Val. And we can see if there's any equipment upgrades. We can see what item we get. Ooh, money. Not as much money, but it's still good. I'll take what I can get. Yeah, I went too far north. Wrong button. Ooh, Poison Touch. I don't want to deal with you. We'll deal with you. Works eventually. We're going to be needing this when we go to the Earth Cave. Wooden armor plus 6. It's not going to be any better than what we got on, though. Plus 11, plus 12. Let's give that to Kepisagi. Oh, he's... Wait a minute, do I... Yeah, I have an Iron Shield, okay. Why did I do that? That's just regular iron. Yeah, so the nunchucks suck. 26, 26, 23. I don't think that is better than your sword. No. Okay, no upgrades. There's Nuke. And there's Warp, but he can't learn it. Can Red Mage. Arrgh. It's not in the slot Red Mage can learn. Well, let's give Val the ability to nuke everything. Actually, hold on. I might have a fight. So, let's go save. 149 gold, yeesh. Oh boy. Which of the zombies are the one that gives us the item? Not this one. Not this one. My friends, my colleagues, now I join them. You gave me money. Oh, a Zombol. Okay. 20 damage. I do appreciate the bull sprites for no reason in particular. Maybe. I noticed that all of these enemies are not giving me anything too special. Or the quest NPCs like that. I'm just gonna use a tent. It's cheaper. Yeah, I don't know if that's intentional, because I noticed that... I noticed that I had to change the incentivized items. Because it kept giving me a script error. So I am thinking that certain of the quest NPCs that you talk to, the incentivized NPCs, they don't actually carry items, they just carry gold. But I don't know which ones, so... Excuse me, do you mind? Oh no, heat. The cobras are in heat. Okay, you can stop now. They're gonna kill JJ. Okay, thank goodness. Okay. Well, Earth Cave is the only place we can really go. Because we do not have canoe. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Well, we sure learned something from that battle, didn't we? Hey, SG, welcome in. How you doing tonight? Oh, did HG raid out? Because I know you were helping her with Hunter Hunted. And how did that go? We're gonna run from this, and/or... Oops, well, I guess we're not. Not bad. Into Space Robot Arm? Oh, that was the next raid train. Yeah, so... what happened? Oh. Kapasagi fell asleep. Okay, well, we're gonna do one of these numbers then. So yeah, Hungry Gorilla was doing a raid train kind of thing. So some people raided into her, and then she raided into somebody else's, kind of like a list of people who were going to be doing things, and it was like games that they had never really played before. Oh, I went too far in a direction I didn't want to go. Well, that's fine. She liked it. It has the right combination of action and jank. Nice. She didn't finish it, did she? Go ahead and give Val a pro ring. Lots of levels. Maybe she did 1/3 of them. Does it save your progress? Is this something you think she might return to? Or that she said she might return to? You can save manually. Okay, good. So I wonder if that's something she'll return to, like for Friday streams or something. And if you aren't already doing so... be sure to give Hungry Guri a follow. She is awesome. She's one of the, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best, retro streamer on Twitch. She has a very calm and delightful voice. Oh no, not these things. And HG is just an all-around awesome person. As is SG. The Gorilla family is just awesome in general. You can't find your original disc for it. It's a rare time she's using emulation. I can understand that. I don't think that games like that need to be the OG. She likes to dedicate her streams to playing. Oh, got you. Yeah, so because we don't have the original disc for it, she may not actually finish that. I can understand that. Well, I hope she'll consider it. But I'm glad she got a chance to play something that was something she found enjoyable. That was definitely, excuse me, that was definitely an era with a lot of jank. Like, there were so many things going on technologically. Like, 3D rendering. Like, 3D was not quite a thing yet. So, the next best thing was sprites that were of 3D renders. Cobras were a pain in the ass, weren't they? It's kind of like how Diablo was like all 3D stuff. Oh my god, we're in this part of the thing. This part of the RNG table. Okay, we'll fight. Yeah, everything was still like sprite-based or image-based, like vector images. 3D accelerators weren't quite there. They were kind of getting close, I think. The games have a look to them since they were using expensive for the time motion capture technology. Yeah. Like, even animating the things, it's like having this 3D thing and just like moving all of the limbs. You kind of had a... Yeah, animators definitely had less to work with back then, I would say. The approach is probably so different now for that stuff. Yeah, I would say so. Like, if somebody wanted to do, like, a 3D render, first and foremost, there's higher quality, like, meshing and texturing. And there's definitely animators with a lot more skill to give them more realistic animations, like a little bit more weight. The animation for old motion cap would capture the randomness of the individual, leading to a lot of uniqueness. That's true. RNG table, please. We're trying to get somewhere tonight. Yeah, and that's even assuming that they used motion capture. If they didn't have the budget for that, you had to do keyframes. I think they're keyframes. I might be misremembering the term. But you basically had to... Because this is what I've had to do for animation in Second Life. Is like you take the rig and then you just move it a little bit, and then that's your keyframe. And then you move it a little bit again, you make another keyframe. It said in the credits the name of the studio used for motion capture. Okay, so they... Well, Sierra was pretty big back in the day, so they definitely would have had the budget. Oh, fire elemental. I don't see that too often. Can we... Nope. Bionic Tech Studio or something. Interesting. Wasn't the name, but it was something 90s like that. Sure, why not? We don't got anything else on his hands. Did I go to the... You know what? We don't need to take this. I went that way. There was, like, money and something else. Yeah, I remember when Sierra was, like, the name. It's too bad that, like, they didn't really... make it past the aughts, I guess. Like, they were an 80s and a 90s thing, absolutely. But they didn't really make it past that. Which is really too bad. There is another game of that era. I think that Sierra published it. What was it called? My sister really liked it. And I want to say it's a Windows 95 game. You'll have to tell me if it's in your ExoWin thing. Oh, two of them. Oh boy. Oh, what was it called? Shivers 2. SG, is Shivers 2 in that? Because that was a game that my sister really loved to play, and I think we still have the original disc. The tail! We can be big boys. And girls. And non-binaries. Well, actually, none of us identify as female here, I don't think. But we can be big. We just need to not lose it now. Excuse me, gargoyles, can you not? No, apparently we can't. Okay, we'll fight you. Since you are insisting. There is a Shivers. Surviving a dare by your friends to spend the night in a haunted museum is how Shivers begins. Okay. Similar to Myst. Yeah, it was very similar to Myst in terms of, like, everything was, like, 3D rendered environments. But the game itself was not, like, a 3D game. Like, you would move forward and, like, it would just sort of, like, change what you're seeing in terms of perspective. Unlike Misty, you have a life meter. Yeah, there was a life meter in Shivers 2 as well. They can steal life from you if you aren't careful. Yeah, it was a similar thing with Shivers 2. The premise was different, though. Instead of a haunted mansion, I'm going out to save, just so you know. There was it was like a motel in the middle of the desert kind of thing. But like there was like a there was a band and there was like music videos and stuff, and like the songs themselves were like part of the puzzle or something, like based on a real photo but textured on the computer. Yeah, so it sounds like both Shivers 1 and Shivers 2 are kind of like the same thing. Yeah, my sister had Shivers 2 and she really loved it. She's been wanting to play it again, but the problem is that you can't play it on modern machines. Okay. Now we should be able to progress. I'm trying to remember, like, what games I used to play in that era. Oh my god, this is part of the RNG table. Why? I was still doing a lot of MS-DOS related stuff, to be honest. The ExoWin interface is cool and has pics and words on every game listed. How large was this thing again? $264 gigs. Yeah, that is definitely big. Like, I would probably have to... I can't even burn that to disk. Because I don't think... It's the biggest Blu-ray I got. I don't think it's more than one. I think it's... I gotta move a bunch of junk. Blu-ray. 25 gigs. Yeah, that's the most I can store. That's the most I can archive, is 25 gigs on a disc. Because I don't have anything better. I really wish that there was optical media that was just bigger. Each game is listed as its own image file. You could just do not download that file on the torrent software interface, so just take what you want as you go. You didn't actually try. Yeah. No, I understand wanting to grab everything, though, because, like, if you have any kind of archivist mentality, which is kind of what I have, you want to kind of... Ooh, oh boy. You kind of want to make sure that, like, you have access to these things. Because you never know when something's going to disappear anymore. And then suddenly it's lost media. Yeah, well, it's not going to stay cheap for long. Not at this rate. Ooh, a pro ring! How nice! Who do we want to give that to? Let's give that to JJ. Oh, he's already got it. And I am checking all of the chests just to get into the habit of doing so. Mainly for archipelago purposes. Oh, hello, wizards. How lovely to see you. Let's zap you out of existence. Or just beat you into a pulp, that's fine too. I believe wooden helmet was better than this, wasn't it? 12... 11, yeah. Yeah, we can drop this. We can drop that. Bats. Yeah, I've got like a 12 terabyte NAS. Like it's 2 discs set up with RAID striping. I can't remember which RAID that is. But I don't really like magnetic media for permanent archiving. I don't want to worry about bit rot. I'd rather use a high quality optical file or optical disc. Optical format. And MDisk was my, oh boy. MDisk was my preferred method of doing that. The problem is that Blu-ray discs don't hold enough data for what you need it for this day. Like, for something affordable, you'd be using a 25 gig disc. Okay, yeah, that's just bats. And then you can go up to like 100 gigs, which is still not much. And it would be great if, like, somebody would advance optical technology and make that valid again. Right now, Flash is for regular storage because it's fast, and then you've got magnetic hard drives because they can be big. And we really need somebody to do something to, like, for archival. Because hard drives, they can decay. And that's just a real concern for, like, data storage for me. Humans who wish to pay me tribute. What, you miserable little pile of secrets? Enough talk! Have at you! Oh, he's a wizard vampire. You've been enjoying just browsing the games you've tried a few so far. Some USA Civil War turn-based strat game. A super cute 2D pixel graphics. Uses that sort of hexagon shaped spaces type map. Yeah. There are a few strategy type games that did that. Hey, we found a waffle! Now we just need some syrup. Oh, damn it. I gotta be slower with my inputs. Okay, time to use that rod. See, I told you all I knew just where to stick it. I do not have this memorized as well. So I want to go up first to get this batch. Oh, wow. A helmet that casts Fire 2. There's going to be 2 of those, because that's a replacement for the heal helmet. It's going to be very useful for this dungeon. I don't know if it's going to be very useful for the long term, though. And then I believe we go down. Oh, yay. Oh no! They have lightning too! Ooh, this is bad. Oh! Oh, that's not good. You know what? This is a good time for Fire 3. No! Phew. That was almost a problem. Let's see. There's been a few detective themes point-and-click games that you'd like to try, noir style perhaps. I don't know that they're strictly noir style, but I know that, oh, what was that called? What does Maple Mystery use as her avatar? That series. The title of it is slipping my brain for the moment. Because I know they did that, their game in that style, like for the first one, not the second one. Those are the games where you find the real 90s culture witness. Yeah, absolutely. What was her name? That's gonna bug me. Crimson Diamond is... Yes, Laura Both. Thank you. Yeah. That was, I don't know that I would call the first one noir. That was just MS-DOS. The second one had some, I would say, period, around that period kind of, things to it. It had, like, flappers and whatnot. So, probably around the noir. Well, I don't know if it's noir style, but, like, shoot, what is that style called now? Shit, yeah, I'm having trouble with words today. Did I go the wrong way? No. I just gotta take the long way. I can shout them out. Oops. Try that again. So yeah, Maple Mystery does, they're an indie dev of the Crimson Diamond. If you enjoy point-and-click adventures in the old MS-DOS style, and that was not the command I wanted to give to Val, then definitely check them out. Ooh, good thing there wasn't a spiked trap. Bats, do you mind? Spiked tile, not spiked trap. Okay. Did I not heal from before? I don't think I did. That was a spike. It's one of the detective games you saw that showcased a screenshot of a desk with an ancient PC on it and other old-timey things. Such a neat blend of tech for a 90s police office. Was that Police Quest? Or was that a different game? Why did I do that? There. More money would be due. Bats, please! Please don't. Okay. That's so many spiders. I don't believe they're gonna hurt us, though. I cast Raid Spray. Well, that's what Fire 2 is. I mean, unless you want to cast Zap, that's kind of like Raid. Oh, it only got one of them. We'll switch the rest. Game name is a mouthful. SFPD Homicide Case File, The Body in the Bay. Wow. And that was before the trend of Japanese naming their anime absolutely long things, like that time I was reincarnated as a slime or something like that. Sorry, Light Warriors, but your lich is in another castle. Mwahaha. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. This could be a problem. I'm gonna have to read that in a minute. Wait, we didn't give Val temper? Oh no. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried. Ooh, okay. SFPD Homicide Case File, The Body in the Bay is a point-and-click adventure game based mostly on FMV and photographics, with the player taking up the role of a San Francisco Police Department detective tasked with clearing up a series of murders. The character is San Francisco's newest homicide detective and teams up with a real investigator who acts as a partner and a guide. The case starts with a 50-something white male found floating in the bay near Pier 91, bound and gagged. The player's tasks encompass examining crime scenes and securing evidence, as well as interrogating witnesses and suspects to uncover the identity of the serial killer. Using evidence, clues, and procedures from the actual case, the detective explores the victim's life, vices, and secret passions. Ooh. Along the way, more than 40 characters from his life are met, as the case takes the detective from the city's posh nightclubs to its deserted piers. I had read it out to HG the other day, and she was like, "This sounds awesome!" Oh my god, spoilers, it tells you it's a serial killer, and we aren't meant to find that out ourselves. I mean, usually in this game, there's going to be more than one murder. Just simply because solving one murder is probably not going to be enough game. Just in terms of, like, pacing, I would say. Okay, can we not do that, please? Can we turn down the heat a little bit, please? There we go. There, we can do that too. Yeah, but some random games like that, generally they have some really amusing content. I mean, there was a lot of experimentation done in that era too. Like, people were still trying to figure out what works, what sells, that kind of thing. We got a lot of money. We We got a lot of money. Oh, there's no heals. Oh, yeah, there are. I just don't know how to look. Buttons. There, that should be good. Okay. Let's go feed a waffle to a Titan. No, not you guys. I really should take a look. I really should take a look at the list of the games here. I know I looked it up at one point, but I kind of just gave it a passing glance and then I closed it for the moment. Oh my god. RNGY. If you want past, give me the waffle. Ha, it mine. Now you in trouble, me am Astos, king of the Titans. Oh, we found Astos! He was shuffled. He's not gonna be too difficult. Okay. There we go. That's for all the times that you cast Rub on me as a child, you jackass. I just realized that sounded kind of awful. It's the spell, which causes instant death. And it required a lot of save scumming because I would need to cast Mute. And if Mute didn't hit, or if he got the Rub spell out before I could mute him, then somebody died. And if our experience levels were not the exact same number, I hated it, and I would reset. That is one of the reasons why I have nuns give experience. And hey, the floater! Now we just need the canoe. Oh, hey, there's the canoe! Well, I think I know where we're going after we give Sarda, or talk to Sarda. That is the wrong thing. Hooray, boat. Yes, little boat and big boat. I am so tired of dealing with you. Can we just run? Thank you. No, I don't. You don't give enough experience for me to worry about you. I hunger. Great, I got another crappy ice sword. So yeah, it seems like if they are a progression in PC, and they are flagged as a zombie, they don't really give you anything good. So I believe Matoya should be fine. And that kind of means everything else is loose. So yeah, I'm gonna have to kind of check all the places on the map. Oh no. Okay, good. We sent them to somebody else's game. Oh, good. They didn't get initiative this time. I have low agility? No, I don't. Okay. Well, I don't have a agility debuff. My agility's still... Well, no, it's luck. Okay, 18. 18, 18, 17. Alright, so we all have an even chance of running away. Because we do have the bug fix, as it were. Let's go get a floater, shall we? Or let's go get a floater. Let's go get an airship, shall we? We don't want to deal with you. Oh, goody. They've got frost. It's like, clearly we need Val to threaten them by exiling them to another dimension. Ooh. We're going to take the money from you and run. Yay, monies. Not that we strictly need it, we do actually have quite a bit of money. In a way, SG, that... What you kind of... The Exo Win project kind of reminds me a little bit of like the old shareware discs that I've got. Okay. Let's actually... We don't have the bottle yet. We have not found the incentivized item to purchase. Have we? Don't know if I looked here. Grab that real quick. Ooh, ooh, ooh! Let's go explore some dragon buttholes! Ooh, shoot, I don't remember if I set Bahamut to be a, fight or not. He might be? It might be a question mark. He might be random. So let's do a quick save. Just in case. The tail, impressive. Yes, yes, you were indeed worthy. Worthy of dying by my own claws. Oh, he's a Dracolich. Okay. Oh, ouch. Time for nuke. Eek. There. Now we have our class changes. So that means I've got my unarmed ability now. So let's see, level 18. The thing is, an iron staff plus 7 is actually really strong. Like level 28 is when I get an equivalent thing. Now I still might be doing more damage barehanded. We're gonna have to find out though. I'll do it after I save. That's trash. Oh, ribbon plus 4! Oh, that's lame. Okay. Have I been eyeing any games recently? Old games or new games? I'm kind of in like the same position that Hungry Guri is in. Any games. Honestly, in terms of like purchasing games, not really, because I've got so many games to play as it is. I'm kind of looking at Vintage Story, but I'm waiting for them to do a little bit more development on that. I've been playing Terra Firma Craft a little bit, which is sort of like the predecessor to that before they decided to just, instead of making a Minecraft mod, they just decided to just make a game with those features. But they're still kind of working on it. I've got so many games that I still need to get through in my Steam library. And then there's games for, like, stream. I would say, like, I'm always on the eye out... I'm always keeping an eye out for any games that have, like, positive representation of orcs. But that's not very common, unfortunately. I'd love it if the next Elder Scrolls came out. Because that's, like... It's my only hope at this point. I was looking at a couple of MMOs in case they might be good. I should cross out Ashes of Creation. They had kind of ogres that were sort of orc-like, but we all know what happened with them. So let's see. Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, I think, was the other MMO that I was looking at. But at this point, I don't know what to expect out of them. Let me think. Yeah, you kind of put me on the spot. Like, I can't think of anything just offhand. It's one of those things that's like, as they are being mentioned in chat or just in conversation, I'm creating a list of, like, games I want to stream. So I got like the Phantasy Star series, I've got Final Fantasy VI. I did some arcade games earlier, I might go back to that. There's the Fire Emblem series. I want to look at the Game Boy games, or the Game Boy Advance ones. Tactics Ogre comes highly recommended, so I might do the whole series, like Ogre Battle, Tactics Ogre, and then the Ogre Battle 64. I'm going to be doing Ocarina of Time probably next week once my Nintendo 64 controller comes in. I really want to do Breath of Fire as a series. The first game kind of meant a lot to me. And I'll go into that story when I get there. But 3 and 4 especially. Breath of Fire 4 is such a beautiful game. It's such a beautifully animated game. I would have loved it if they could have made more like that. But then they kind of changed direction. Everybody wanted to go into, like, lean really hard into 3D. And then they had, like, a radically different idea for the 5th game. Maybe I'll give that game a try, too. Even though that's the game which, like, there is no Breath of Fire 5. Technically, there's no longer a Breath of Fire 6, because that was a mobile MMO, and unfortunately that is now lost media. There's a DOS game, The World of Zine. I want to play that. The Lufia series is a fun series to go through. I might revisit that at some point. No, I get it. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, like, games in general. And I appreciate the conversation. So I appreciate being put on the spot, because it's making me think. In terms of, like, Windows games... Oh, and I should mention this, too. So... There's, let me go ahead and shout them out here. I'll shout them both out. So, Reppin and Argok on Fridays have been doing a stream of Neverwinter Nights. And it's been fun to watch them. They're definitely a pair of characters. But they're great people. And once they... Oh, not those guys. Hi, Argok. Yes, those guys. And you included, and yes, you're awesome as well, regardless of what anybody else might have to say. And I know you know it. Because I know you'll agree. But yeah, they're going to be playing... They have been playing Neverwinter Nights on Fridays. And they've been doing the original campaign. Once they're finished with that, they're going to be switching over to Hordes of the Underdark, and I will be joining them on Fridays. So I'm going to be planning on streaming. So I'll actually be streaming twice a week, on Tuesdays and on Fridays. And Fridays will be Neverwinter Nights. I gotta get my character made. We gotta kind of get all the logistics figured out. But I'm looking forward to doing that. So yeah, and if you haven't already checked them out, make sure you give them a follow. Like I said, they are awesome people. I am not in the game window. It's kind of hard to do things when I'm not in the window. Let's see, 9281. Yeah, fine. I believe this is equipable by JJ, but that's not going to matter because he has a pro ring. Yeah, so we can just drop this. That was why I was doing inventory management. Let's see, Flame Shield. We will... Who does not have flame resistance? You've got flame resistance. You do not. So we're actually going to go ahead and equip that on me. Oh, I forgot. Oh, you get to see the new sprites as well. So these are Final Fantasy III sprites. I wonder what other games are kind of on my radar. I mean, if anybody knows of any other games that they think I might be interested, you're definitely welcome to let me know, and I can check them out. Let's do the safety save here. Let's see. We know Finish, so we can go ahead and check there and see if there's a mall. I believe I have mall set as a question mark. So it might be there, it might not be there. No, we were almost there. Oh yeah, there's zombies too. Alright. What can Kepasagi learn? Ooh, he can learn Harm 4. So let's give you Cure 2 and Harm 4. Ooh, he can learn the Life Spell. Excellent. And we're going to just leave it at that. He cannot learn Fade. He can learn Heal 3, though. And just in case... oh, you can't learn that. Never mind. Just in case. You can learn Fog. Eh, sure, we'll give it to you. Okay. Back here. JJ, I think he can learn Harm 4 now. There we go. Let's see. What else can you learn? You can learn 6 spells. There's a level 7 spell. What are we on? This is 5. Oh, you can't learn Life 2. That makes me sad. Anti-rub, anti-ice, and heal. That's not a great selection. And you learn ice. Well. Level 6 is absolutely terrible for JJ. It's like, is there any spells we want to get him at the 6th tier? Anti-rub, anti-ice, heal. God, that's so expensive for what it does. Forget it. It's not worth the money. Level 5. That does expand what he can learn in terms of black magic. Except for Ice 3, because that is, banned for him. Bane. No, because I think he still can't learn Exit. I guess we'll give him Fog 2. JJ is super fond of Fog 2. I don't agree with that strategy. I feel that Invisible 2 is much more useful to stack, because if they can't hit you at all, then it doesn't matter how much armor you've got. Let us look at 7. Exfer and Lamp. Not useful. Stun and Sleep 2. Ice 2. Heal 2. Well, I think we've got the spells we're gonna get. There's really no level 3 spells for black magic that was any good. Oh yeah, Temper. I don't know why I didn't get him Temper before. And you know what? Just for the heck of it, we'll grab Stop. Do you have... Whoops. 5. You have Lightning 3. Wait a minute. Oh, that was level 3 I'm looking at. So that's Temper, Stop, Heal 3, and Temper. Yeah, that's gonna have to do. Do a quick save. There is... Okay. Barf. There is a game that I was considering. It's Pathfinder rather than D&D. Kingmaker. Lupar received a katana. I don't want a katana. the katana is kind of made of garbage. Oh well, they will sell. I could have just used a tent. A tent would have been cheaper. Oh look, there's 4 of them. Oh, they cast Scorch. Well, it's fine. I think most of us have fire resistance at this point. Val doesn't. Val needs a ribbon, but I'm glad the ribbons are blessed. Oh shoot, I didn't check to see. Okay, I need to know how much damage I'm doing. 3 hits, 98 damage. Ooh, oh no, that's not great. Please kill them fast. That's not gonna be enough to save him if he uses poison. Or save them. Safety save. Actually, hold on. I don't need that. That's fine. Okay, what are we missing? We have the cube, but we do not have the chime. So we can do Ice Cave, we can do Volcano. We still haven't found the incentive item that we would find in shop. So let's go over here. Wow! Not only is it in the vanilla location, it's the vanilla item. And it's still freaking expensive. Holy shit. There goes most of our money. This better be worth it. Come play with me, Light Warriors, forever and ever and ever. I mean, we got an Aegis shield out of it, so... Holy shit! 321 damage! Keppa barely survived that! This is resistance to poison, it's plus 20. We will go ahead and do this. I'm not 100% certain that was worth it, but... Confuse, lock, fire, nope. Well, there's Cure 4. I don't believe these were on there. Soft and anti-fire, which he cannot learn. Yeah. Ooh, no, no, no. Do not buy that. Buckler plus 6. Interesting. You don't have a shield right now, do you? You don't have a slot for a shield right now. Yeah, you don't get a buckler. Yeah, none of that's gonna be any good. Okay. Let's restore all the HP that Kepasagi just lost. Let's see. Just to get it out of the way, let's go ahead and do, waterfall. Thinking waterfall. Depending on what we get there, we're probably going to do volcano next. We don't have warp to do ice cave very well. Oh, hold on. I'm going to have to restock my tents. Ouch. Ow. We really need to find better armor. What's he equipped with? Iron armor, iron helmet, Aegis shield. It's not terrible, but it's not great either. Oh, we need to give our folks gold bracelets too. Where were those? Elftown? Oh boy, we're in that part of the RNG table. Okay. Like, do y'all mind? Oh my god. All these things hurt. Okay, I think we're in the better part of the RNG table now. He says as he gets into a fight with 3 mud golems. I like how the closed captioning called the month golems. It's mud. Oh, out of bounds bat! Our friend is here. The run is blessed. Oh, hello, Blue Dragon. Please don't kill us. Oh, that was a little painful. Level 20. Exterminate. I hope that's not as bad as Warmech. The fire just barely killed it. Okay, well. Yeah, that's not really a good grind spot. Goodbye, out of bounds bats. We love you. I like how it kills most of them, just leaves one of them alive so that we can run away. We can just run from this. No. It's like my brain is not braining on the waterfall cave. Did I go the wrong way? No, I think I went the right way. Do you mind, bat? Should have an item shop here. Do you have tents? You do. Cool. Ooh, saber-toothed tigers. Let's see, we've got T-Rexes, we've got saber-toothed tigers. We don't have mastodons, we don't have pterodactyls. What was the 5th Power Ranger animal? We want to go to Elfland. I didn't want to do that. Pink Ranger was pterodactyl, wasn't it? This gold rings or gold bracelet is not here. Where was that? Saber-toothed tiger, miss. Triceratops, that's the one I'm forgetting. So we've only got 2 of the 5 as monsters in the game. Was gold bracelet over in Crescent Lake? No. Where the hell was it? Silver was in Provoca. Okay, so must be in Melmond. My voice is starting to go out. There it is. Okay, 15k. So, let's see. Armor. So we will do... There we go. Okay, that should be good. Do we have anything better than this? 32, 28, 28. No. That's kind of garbage. Okay, well. Well, at least that gives us money. Hey, Wolf, welcome in. How you doing tonight? Oh. I stepped on a snake. So, in a way, it's kind of funny. Let's see, 95, 62. Maybe not. Doing alright? I'm doing okay too. See, I think I can put my spell thing away. Just doing some Final Fantasy Randomizer. We are doing Lich's Revenge. So, all the people, they're zombies. And we didn't find Lich at the Earth Orb, we found Phantom. Fortunately, he was not as difficult to defeat as the actual Phantom, but I think he did some fair bit of damage. Let's see, we don't have the crown. Okay, we use the slab, we use the waffle. The waffle we get to keep because, the Titan was actually Astos. We gotta fight everything. We had to fight Bahamut. We used the rod, we got the floater, we used the tail. We need the chime to use the cube. So yeah, Volcano and, Ice Cave. Oh no, we could also do, shoot, we don't even have the key yet. No, we need to, we can do Volcano, we can do Ice Cave, we can do the thing in the north where you normally get the tail that my brain is just not thinking for right now. Whatever that place was called. Because my brain is not braining. Money, yay. Okay, we got a pure potion, nice. Chance to strike first, I will take it to run. Gotta take a pill, one moment, please. Mark that as taken. Alright, we are all good. Ooh. No more of these. Thank you for the hydrate, Wolf. I may have had a little too much water. I might actually have to go and relieve myself. Ah, refreshing. Yeah, I am actually going to be right back. Let me grab what's in here. That's money. I'll be right back. I'm going to answer nature. I am back. Thank you so much for your patience. And thank you, SG. Yeah, this was when we were playing around, and I was kind of like trying to figure out the different stuff that you used. That, well, I kind of helped you figure out to use on your stream. So yeah, this is, so if you're not already following SG, how did I do that one? Let me see if I can, let me go into studio mode. Not background assets. Let me actually look at my filters. Okay. So I have, for this one, I have it as an outer stroke. And then for the source, I'm using something called Rainbow Optical. So it's basically, you know that page that I gave you with the with all the different animations? One of them was kind of rainbowy like this. Let me actually make the stroke larger. Stroke size. So this is actually what is being stroked. That's how you do the smoke effect? Yeah. And I thought it looked pretty. So, especially, like, when you make a large stroke like that, it's certainly fun, but it's not, it doesn't have the same effect. So it's like you kind of thin it out. And, I don't know, it looks more special that way. Use the glow and you use a video of the smoke effects as the source. Yeah, I haven't added a glow to mine. I mean, I could actually turn this off if I wanted to, but I saw that I still had it turned on. I was like, you know what? Tonight I'm gonna leave that turned on. We're gonna be rainbowy tonight. We're gonna show off our big gay orcish pride. How do I get this out of studio mode? There we go. You can do exactly what you did with that source and use a glow. Yeah. Well, let me look at that again. It has a softer roll-off like a glow. Yeah. And that's the thing. I wasn't necessarily looking for a soft roll-off. I just kind of wanted it to be a firm stroke. Don't take that out of context. That sounded awful. Why did I say... Can we think about these things before they come out of our mouth? Anyway. Looks like a magic shield. Yeah, it kind of does. Let me actually, Wolf taking notes. Let me try adding glow. So we'll do glow, call that glow. And fill type was source. Source. What was the source that I used? Image. Rainbow optical. I forget if it was 1 or 2 that I did. Let me make it bigger. Well, that's certainly different. What is 1 then? Well, there we go. How's that? Like you were powering up. I am going to tap into my gay power. And all its rainbowy goodness. Yeah, I'll leave that on for now. I think that's neat. What else do we got? So we can do inner glow. That's not as cool. You can do padding. Woo. I don't know what happened there. That's not what I wanted. Let's turn that off. Nauseating RGB PC case glow case ultimate power. Yeah? Yeah, I guess we could say that. Let's see. Do I like that one better or do I like the other one? Where is hello? I don't know. I don't know if I like one or two better. They're both neat in their own different ways. We'll leave it at this for now. Yeah, they both look cool. We'll leave it at 1. We'll leave it like that. Oh, wait a minute. It's actually not as... So it shows up a lot more intense. Hang on. Give me 1 second. It shows up a lot more intense with a black background. So let me actually adjust that. What if I do greater intensity? There. Inner glow turned out pretty awful. Because I do use a cutoff. I have to kind of crop the edges out of my Second Life window. But yeah, that'll work. Let us continue with our game here. Yeah, and if you want to see SG use these kinds of things and you're not already following him, be sure to check him out for when he does stream, and you can see what sort of cool things that he does. I do not want to fight these. He does stream kind of late at night, but Opal -2. Well, it's still better than this. Yeah, -14, -0. Whoops. Yeah, it's better than what he had. It kind of explains why he Kepusagi was taking so much damage, though, because he needed a defense upgrade really badly. Hey, there's the crown. This is why we're checking all the chests, because there seems to be a lot of loose nonsense. Yay, oh, Saber? Yeah, that's the one we want. I'm actually gonna leave that on me. I cannot equip that, can I? I cannot. Hey, Belgian Raffles, welcome in. How you doing tonight? It's good to see you. And a brack stick. We found a haiku? That must be the loot. Don't want it. I always worry that the gargoyles are going to end up with some kind of a... Ooh, a cure stick. We want that. Wait, how much? It's actually fairly decent term. And Black Wizard can actually equip that. 15, 25, 25. Yeah, that's actually a slight upgrade for his weapon. We'll keep the knife just in case, though. So now he can heal things. If he gets the opportunity. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're in that part of the RNG table again. And before we progress, I'm going to go outside and save because we got a lot of chests. If I can get there. Okay. Now we can do the rest of the run. What is... Hit us at 65, so I got an extra hit because I'm at above 64. Cool. Thank you, Wolf, for the redemption of the Lucky Orc Dance. I hope that our resident orc of negotiable virtue has provided you with all the luck you need. For the butt wiggles are powerful. Silver Axe. 32, 28, 28. We'll try it. I'm not sure if I would call that an upgrade. Oh, look, it's the Vorpal Sword. +1. Well... We'll see if JJ... What happened to Val? Oh, right, we were walking through lava, weren't we? You know, I should probably heal those burns. Not sure if we want that. Plus 17? Yeah, I would call that an upgrade. Well, wait a minute. Let me check something. Okay, he doesn't have resistance to lightning, so... Just in case I need to switch over to a different elemental resistance. What's in here? Alright, silver plus 5. Let's see. So this is 12. 11, that is not an upgrade. Yay, 5 gold. I love it when it gives me just pennies. Yay, experience. More experience, I'll take that. Where are we at? 21. I probably should be using the cure staff in these battles. Oh well, it's fine. Ooh, an Agama. Can't keep your eyes open, gonna be pretty busy tomorrow. Hope the randomizer goes well. Well, thank you very much for stopping in, Wolf. I do appreciate that you stopped in. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams, and that whatever project you're working on tomorrow goes well. We'll catch you later. How far are we from... not gonna worry about it. Oh boy. Oh, Grey Worm. A single zombie. That's kind of funny. So this is bad. This means we do not have the white shirt that casts Invisible 2, it casts Stop instead. So that's not worth picking up. Excuse me. Ow! Okay. So that takes care of that. We got the crown. So let's go ahead and turn that in. Yay, money. Are all the incentivized items loose? Like, there's a whole bunch of chests I would love to check, and we don't have the key. And we do need the key to beat the game. Well, time to delve into this mess. See how bad it is. Oh good, chance to strike first. Let's run away. Ooh, that's not good. Yay, money. It's gonna be worth a lot of something, isn't it? This Zap Gauntlet is doing so much work. Yay, a house. Unfortunately, we do not have anybody who can cast Warp. Let's do Brack, just for funsies. Nope, never mind. Let's turn this stone into stone. That probably wouldn't have worked. Oops, what did I just do? I just pointed something at Kepasagi. I don't know what it was. I think it was the cure stick. Loose TNT, okay. Hey, Excalibur, and it is high. That is the best blessing I can get, is a +7. Wow. Big upgrade. Big upgrade. Go on, Keppa, kick its ass. 1,052 damage! Holy shit! Keppa is ripping things apart now. I don't want to deal with you. Just to be on the safe side. I mean, it's not vanilla, so they probably don't have Death Touch, but I don't think we've seen what does. Meh. Do, 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 do. There. Oh, shoot. It's invisible 1, not invisible 2. Black Wizard can use it, though. What was that, 20? Versus 28. Oh, that's not what I wanted to grab. Let's see, 38, 36. Resists fire, ice, lightning. You already resist fire and ice, and the opal armor gives you resistance to lightning. So... yeah. We're gonna not keep that. We're gonna sell it. It's gonna be worth a lot of money. Wait a minute, didn't the Frost Wolves have something? Okay, well, we're not gonna find out. Silver helmet is trash. Monies. This is not a very good trap tile. Oh, that's a lot of experience, though. And there's the key. All right. It's every 32, right? So let's see. 32 plus 32 plus 32, that's 96. Minus 74 divided by, I think he gets 3 per level. I'd have to gain 7 levels. That's a lot of experience for very little effort. Okay, Ice Stew is not great. If they get initiative, that's gonna really hurt. Oh, they're physical resistant. Okay. Oh, nope. Okay, never mind. I guess you just have to do a crit. Oh, good. Chance to strike first. Rip them apart. Yeah, they have to be crits or they don't Yeah, so that tells me that they do have very high physical defense. One more should do it. Ooh, they hit hard too. There we go. Okay, we'll continue. Oh, I can just run from this. I almost went south instead. That would have been a mistake. Okay, so we got the key. That means we got a few other places to check. And we still do not have chime. Oh, we got TNT too. Let's see if there's a grind spot here. A wooden stick, whoopee. This might be kind of dangerous. Yeah, the poison is going to be kind of a problem. It's not great. What about you? Well, that's a little better. Whoops. It's not terrible. If I need to grind, I can come back here. We still don't have herb, do we? Nope. I would have laughed if we found the herb in the chest in the elf castle. It would have been like, if only we had the herb, we could awake our sleeping prince. Well, where did you put it? We locked it in the back shed. Have you tried using dynamite in order to blast it open? No, we can't. It's the dwarves have that. And they said they don't have it anymore. Ice plus 5, wow. Hold plus 6. Let's see, 21, 24, 11. See, that is 44. Ooh. Lose lightning resistance, but... Actually, Opal gives lightning resistance, doesn't it? Nope, never mind. Do I want the extra defense for Kepasagi? Actually, hold on. Aegis Shield oh no, that's resistance to poison, never mind. Well, it's just fighter. Yeah, fine. I'll come back for it. I gotta sell the other thing. Oh look, another one of those. Hey, there's the chime. Excuse me. Oh, they stay dead when you kill them. Whoops. Let's see, there's no weapons that I want to sell. Yep, they are RIP. Okay, so it's just the dragon armor that we're selling. Which is, it really is too bad that it is so, damaged. Because dragon armor is normally the top tier armor for a knight. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, but with the blur-sings, you really can't do a whole lot better than that. Wait a minute. Let us restock on our heals. Just to be on the safe side as well. We haven't had a problem with getting stoned in a while, but you never know. I don't want to deal with you. Pocket change. Jeez. Okay, I see we're in this part of the table. This is when I wish we had warp or exit. Okay. TNT. Let's go deliver it to the dwarves. Excellent. Finally, now Lich's undead army can flow through the rest of the world. Oh, it's a regular vampire. Okay, well. Bye, vampire. Oh, look, another one of these. I think that's the last armor slot that we can carry. Probably end up getting rid of it, though. Saber +2, kind of useless. Ice shield +5. So this is 15, 17, 17. He already has resistance to ice, so I don't think we need it. Don't need that. Ooh, you want that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. Well, no, wait, I do want that on Val. May just get ribbons first. Actually, I'll have to think about that. Depends on if we find the third ribbon or not, because I might need that for resistances. Oh. Stretch. Let's see. Where are we going? Let me think. We've not done the place with the tail. We can do the tower. We need Oxiale before we can do Sea Shrine. Okay. Tower has a lot in it, and I'm probably going to go after Tiamat. But we will get the little stuff out of the way first. Hello. Goodbye. Actually, how much experience do you give? Boy, that was easy. Wait. No. Can we run, please? Thank you. Okay, bottom? Nope. Okay, top? Top? Nope. Top, bottom. Top, bottom, top? No. Oh, yes. Okay. Top, bottom, top. Yes. Ooh, a Bane hammer of all things. Let's give that to... Give that to JJ. Cabin. Buttons. Hey, there's the crystal. I do not want that. Holy shit, we found the Masamune, and it is maxed. I will hold on to that for now, but JJ's probably going to end up with that later. Hey, there's the herb! Let me actually check something. Hit 127, damage 80. Yeah, for a little while. He's doing actually surprisingly well with the Vorpal Sword. Okay, well, that was rather the fruitful trip. Yeah, still not doing as much damage as Kepasagi, but it is quite decent. Okay, let's go turn in. Where in the world am I? We had herb and something else? Herb key, TNT, adamant, slab, waffle rod, flutter, chime. Was it just herb we found? I forget. I thought there was something else loose that we found. Oh, crystal, that's what it was. Yes, yes, the master will be pleased. Let's clean this place up before he wakes, starting with you! At last, I wake from my eternal slumber. Come, light warriors, embrace the darkness. Join me in death. I love how they've kind of repurposed all of the enemies here. Well, your zombie ruler has been destroyed, so... Oh, hello, ogre. I guess we can pop you in the chin. Alright. I guess we'll go see what Matoya has to say. Then we will go to... Go to the tower. Mirage Tower. Can't hold silver helmet plus... You know what? We're just gonna keep the crystal. Bye! She doesn't need to see anyway. She's got a bunch of brooms to help her. Give us something better than a silver hat, and maybe we'll talk. It's like, I don't have any room to drop. I don't have anything I want to drop. Like, it's gonna have to be compelling. If it was a ribbon, then I would be interested. This is probably not... How much experience is this worth, I wonder? No, you fight. You zap. Okay, 81 damage. Not the worst in the world. Eh. Man, not really worth it. Alright, let's see what kind of goodies we get in the Mirage Tower. Money. The cabin. Money. Experience. Flame sword. That's not bad, but I don't think we have any real use for it. $26, $28, $63, $34, $32, $22. The crit on the Vorpal is seeming to do a little bit better. And we're gonna be switching JJ to the Masamune once I can... Probably once I get another hit. We'll have to see what level that is. Iron Stick we do not need. Opal Helmet we do not need. Okay. That's it for that floor. Ow. Wait, did they hit Keppa for a high amount? I wasn't looking. I can look here, though. Yeah, they hit him pretty hard. What is his absorb? 85? Well, that's still the highest that we got in the team. Rune Sword +1. Black Mage can use it because it is a thief weapon. Unfortunately, it's not super great. 2018-13. Yeah. Ooh, a pro ring. Don't want that. Okay. I don't think we need fire resistance anymore. Wait, let me check. Well, he doesn't have fire resistance. He has resistance to ice, poison, and time. Screw it. We want we want resistance to death. Oh yeah, we don't want that. Money. Cabin. Money. Money. Pro cape. That is a shield. I don't want to get rid of the Zap Gauntlet. Fire 2 is not strictly necessary, but I don't... Do we have a weapon that does damage? We do not. Yeah, we're gonna leave it. The Fire 2 helmet is gonna be kinda handy for taking out trash mobs in great big groups without using a spell slot. A giant, let's give you a big hug. Oops. set real quick. Like, it would take me less time to walk down and figure this out for myself. Where do I not have... I do not have the map for this, probably because this is so straightforward. Alright, well, I believe there's a chest in here. Yes. Money. Lots of it. Not that we have anything to buy anymore, except for potions. You know what we can do? JJ has been doing this. Let's see if anybody is interested in a prediction. Who will win tonight's race? How do I change this? Okay, there we go. Actually, no, I don't think I have this randomized. Never mind. Let me double check something. I was gonna do a prediction for whether or not Warmech is forced. I don't think I have that set as random, though. It helps if I load my flag set. Let's see, Bahamut is a question mark. Warmech is vanilla. Never mind. We're not gonna do a... We're not gonna do a prediction. Because I'm a dummy. I'm not as interesting as Jay Johnson is. He does a lot more random stuff with the randomizer to make his life as difficult as possible. It's probably why he wins the races better. Oh, look, a dragon sword! That doesn't do us a whole lot of good. Well, maybe. 25, 24, 29... I mean, technically, it's better than the hold stick. We are going to be going up against Tiamat. Lock +7. I don't have the... Actually, I forget what I set the bosses to. Oh look, sleep touch, that's fun. Good experience, though. Opal shield, no. Silver dagger, we do not need. I'm beginning to wonder. Let me try something here. Ooh, toxic. Sun Sword, and it doesn't have any bonuses. I'm sure it'll be worth money or something. It's very shiny. Got like 3 hits. Should be doing 4. That might have just been bad luck. Bad luck. Do not need. Okay, 6 hits. So that means we are at 3. There's the Oxyale. Kind of expected that. Oops. That part of the table. Oh, wow. Val did a pretty good amount of damage. I wonder if Chimera is considered dragon. Wooden helmet, do not need. Ooh, ruse. Let's give that... Yeah, we will keep that on Kepisagi in case he needs the evasion. We do not have Invisible 2, and we need some way to raise evasion. Yeah, I think for right now it's better to use the muscle mooning. I just realized Val killed one of those things with their sword. These are not dragons, though. That's a nice chunk of experience there. That is garbage. Another pro ring, which I don't know if we will have space for. Oops. So we do not need this or this. Pro ring. Pro ring is a gauntlet, I believe. Yeah, it's an upgrade. What the heck is the evade on these things? Uh-oh. Apparently, air elementals have very, very high evasion. Didn't we have a response for that? Yeah, there we go. Lock. And zap, just in case. Yeah, there we go. That works. Just in case. Yep. Val is able to kill a Hydra, a fire Hydra. Lich question mark? Where's Tiamat? Oh god! Ouch! Oh, phew, thank goodness for Kipasagi. That was a little rough. Well, we got the Oxyale. Time to go to the Sea Shrine. Wait a minute, did we get anything else? No, just the Oxyale. Oh, we should probably restock our heals. Can we do that? Yes. Warriors, you have Oxyale. The mermaids wait. Please help them. Really? Oh good. The water enemies underwater have fire abilities. There may be those of you who have played a certain NES game. You may recognize this music, and I apologize if this is spiking your anxiety. Coral Sword hurts things in the water, has 0 bonuses. Yeah, we can fight them. I have to try to remember. Just for the sake of Archipelago. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chests. We're gonna do mermaids first, though. We'll come back and get these ones. You don't have super high evade, do you? No, but kind of high defense. Oh boy, this part of the table. Money. No. Flame armor +4. I believe the ice armor he has on is better. 44? 42, yeah. There's the other ribbon. What are we dropping? Oh. That'll have to be the way we go. Wait. Money. Silver hammer is not going to be any good. A tin falchion. Hey, experience. Ooh, opal bracelet +6. Let's see. I'm gonna lay claim to that. Okay. Let's see. I'm thinking about it. I don't think we need to go and poke around the treasures anymore. We got all 3 ribbons, we got the opal bracelet, we've got the Masamune, we've got the Excalibur, we've got pretty much everything legendary that we can find. Stop that, ghosts, that hurts. So I think we are going to go out. This way. Anti-fire. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go straight for... Well, we're gonna go and save. And when we're done with that... Wait, hold on. Hello, dragon friend. Oh, not dragon friend. Alas, we had to put dragon friend down. Dragon was not friend, dragon was zombie. Actually, why am I running? I need the experience. I think. Yeah, I need another level. Then we can see what happens with the extra hit. Mentally trying to remember the direction for this one. It's just straight up. Money. Sharks. Money. Pocket change at this point. What was the... Up and then, yeah. I'm not going after items right now. That one go up. Sea Shrine is one of those places, because it's in, like, in the 70-ish% part of the game, my brain sort of doesn't remember it as well. Ooh, almost. We need one more level. Then we'll see whether or not I can pass the Masamune off to JJ. Oh, okay, don't you cast hold on us, that would be bad. There we go, no more Kraken. So, it is time to get to the end of this game. We shall speak haiku, which opens the way forward. So this is the mid-length Temple of Fiends Revisited. Oh, that sucked. I didn't restock on heals. I'm sure it'll be fine. Three Agamesses, very nice. If we can kill them. Everything is being strangely resistant to zap. Okay. So we should have yeah, we can test with carry. Okay, we're getting 8 hits. Okay, so we can trade the Masamune for the Vorpal. Give that to JJ. Well, they have high defense. It's like, did they just boost the resistance to everything? Holy shit. I don't want to deal with them. They hit too hard. Stop it. I don't want to deal with you. Really, stop it. Dang it. Crying out loud. The Sea Shrine Pile of Pain. Oh, there's where Invisible 2 is. The Sea Troll has it. A little late there. There's Tiamat. It's kind of a surprise what you got. Ooh. Oh, come on. Chance to strike first. Okay. You did well fighting my army of darkness, light warriors, but it is for naught. I am unstoppable. This time, you are the speed bump. Oh, it's Tiamat. Again. It was Tiamat the whole time! Oh, wait, hold on. Ah, too late. Well, that's fine. Ow! Alright, here we go. Haha, alright, enough playing around. Nyeh. There we go. The Lich has been conquered. Congratulations! This story is happy end. Thank you. It occurs to me that the game music might have actually been a little bit low. My bad. I'll have to fix that for future runs. Well, that wasn't too bad. We had 2 game overs. I can't remember where they were. Damage dealt 143, almost 144k. Well, that was fun. It sort of made things a little bit more loose in terms of progression items. And it was pretty fun in terms of theming, but I do kind of wish that I could have done the whole find your friends along the way thing. Because I like that mode. But it's all good. Well. Next week, I should have my Nintendo 64 controller, because I'm expecting that on Thursday. So we should be starting Ocarina of Time. We're going to be using the Ship of Harkinian port, which is sort of a decompiled project. It's going to be modded to have higher resolution textures. But the game itself, like the gameplay, should be pretty much the same. I have my old Nintendo Power guidebook, if I get lost or if I need a refresher on something. But yeah, we're going to play a Zelda game next week. I hope you'll join me then. So I want to thank you all for joining me tonight. I do appreciate you all for coming in. We're going to go say hi to Jay Johnson, who's playing Pokemon Silver Randomized. If I can type things in correctly. There we go. Alright. As we wrap up for tonight, I do want to remind you once again that you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.